Hey, welcome. Before we get into tonight's story, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who's been leaving comments. One of my favorite parts of making these videos is seeing where you're all listening from. Lately, I've seen messages from Georgia, New Zealand, Texas, Canada, and it's incredible knowing that even though you're all in different places, we get to share this quiet part of the day together. So wherever you're listening from tonight, thanks for letting me be a small part of your evening. Tonight's story is another real true crime case. I'll take it slowly, one detail at a time, so you can settle in and simply listen. And if these episodes have become part of your nightly routine, I'd love for you to subscribe. It helps this little community keep growing, and I hope I'll see your part of the world in the comments someday. Alright, this is episode 166. Let's begin. The man arrived 15 minutes early. That small detail stayed with the receptionist long after everything else had faded from memory. Most clients hurried into the office apologizing for traffic or searching through briefcases for paperwork. This man walked in calmly, greeted everyone with a smile, accepted a cup of coffee, and quietly read the local newspaper while waiting for his appointment. His name was Russell Douglas. He was 56 years old and lived on Whidbey Island in Washington State. Friends described him as dependable, thoughtful, and easy to get along with. He had spent many years working in the insurance industry and enjoyed a quiet life centered around family, boating, fishing, and long conversations with close friends. He wasn't someone who attracted attention, and that was exactly how he liked it. The meeting he attended that morning was completely routine. It involved financial paperwork and lasted less than an hour. Nothing about it suggested that the day would become one of the most important dates in a homicide investigation. After leaving the office, Russell returned home, answered several work calls, and spent part of the afternoon taking care of everyday tasks. Later that evening, he received a message asking if he could meet someone for a private conversation. According to people who knew him, he believed it would be a short meeting connected to a personal matter that had been lingering for several months. He agreed without hesitation. The following morning, a driver traveling along a quiet rural road noticed a pickup truck parked in an unusual position near the shoulder. At first, it appeared abandoned. As the driver slowed down, he noticed the driver's door was slightly open. Believing someone might need medical assistance, he stopped and walked toward the vehicle. Inside, he found Russell. Emergency responders arrived within minutes, but there was nothing they could do. Russell had been fatally shot. Investigators immediately began examining the scene. His wallet remained untouched. Cash was still inside. His watch, phone, and personal belongings had not been taken. There were no obvious signs of robbery. Detectives quickly concluded that whoever committed the crime had another motive entirely. The investigation began with Russell's final 48 hours. Detectives interviewed family members, co-workers, neighbors, and friends. They reviewed bank records, phone calls, emails, and appointments. Everything suggested that Russell expected to continue his normal routine. Future meetings filled his calendar. Bills had been paid. Vacation plans remained on the schedule. There was absolutely no indication that he intended to disappear. As detectives looked deeper into his personal life, they learned about a complicated romantic relationship involving a woman named Peggy Sue Thomas. The relationship had become increasingly strained, and friends described emotional disagreements during the months before Russell's death. Although difficult relationships are common, investigators believed the situation deserved closer attention. Peggy acknowledged knowing Russell and admitted they had planned to meet on the evening he died. According to her statement, however, Russell never arrived. Detectives carefully documented her interview while quietly verifying every detail through independent evidence. Phone records became one of the first important clues. They showed repeated communication between Peggy and Russell shortly before the meeting. Investigators then reviewed surveillance footage from businesses located along roads leading toward the meeting location. Cameras captured Russell's truck traveling exactly where expected. Cell phone records also placed Peggy's phone in the same general area, despite portions of her statement suggesting otherwise. While examining Peggy's background, detectives discovered another important figure in the case. His name was Jim Huden, Huden had once worked in law enforcement before leaving the profession years earlier. Detectives learned that he also had a close relationship with Peggy and had traveled across the country shortly before Russell's murder. Initially, Huden denied having anything to do with the crime. He explained his trip as unrelated and insisted he had never met Russell. Investigators continued gathering evidence without rushing to conclusions. Travel records showed Huden had rented vehicles matching descriptions provided by witnesses. Hotel records placed him close to the area during the days surrounding the murder. Phone records documented repeated communication between Huden and Peggy before and after Russell's death. Individually, each discovery seemed ordinary. Together, they formed a timeline that became increasingly difficult to explain as coincidence. The investigation stretched across several years. Detectives never stopped reviewing evidence, conducting interviews, and comparing witness statements. Rather than relying upon a dramatic confession, they patiently assembled hundreds of individual facts that slowly revealed the larger picture. Eventually, additional witnesses came forward with information that strengthened the prosecution's case. Prosecutors argued that Russell had been persuaded to attend what he believed would be a private meeting, unaware that the encounter had been carefully planned in advance. According to the evidence presented during trial, the murder was not spontaneous, but the result of deliberate planning involving more than one person. Jurors spent weeks listening to testimony from detectives, forensic specialists, digital analysts, and civilian witnesses. The prosecution carefully presented travel records, cell phone data, surveillance footage, witness testimony, and forensic evidence collected over several years. No single piece of evidence solved the case by itself. Instead, every fact supported the next until the entire sequence of events became clear. After deliberating, the jury found Jim Huden guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to a lengthy prison term. Peggy Sue Thomas was also convicted for her role in helping facilitate the crime, although later legal proceedings modified parts of her conviction. For Russell's family, the verdict ended years of uncertainty, but could never replace the husband, father, and friend they had lost. Those who knew him preferred remembering the ordinary moments rather than the courtroom proceedings. They remembered early mornings spent fishing on quiet water, evenings sharing stories with friends. Next story. The key to the mystery was hanging on a hook by the back door. It was an ordinary brass key attached to a faded blue keychain from a county fair that had taken place years earlier. Detectives almost overlooked it because there was nothing remarkable about it. Houses are full of keys. Car keys, shed keys, mailbox keys, spare keys that nobody remembers making. Yet this one belonged to a storage unit that no one in the family knew existed. And discovering what was inside would eventually help solve a homicide that had puzzled investigators for more than 2 years. The victim was 64-year-old Richard Armitage, a retired machinist living outside Springfield, Missouri. After spending nearly 40 years working in manufacturing, he had settled into a quiet routine that suited him perfectly. Most mornings began with coffee on the porch while listening to local radio, followed by small repair projects in his workshop. He had a reputation for fixing almost anything: lawn mowers, clocks, bicycles, old radios. Neighbors often left broken items at his garage, knowing they would return a few days later working better than before. Richard wasn't wealthy, but he had been careful with money throughout his life. He owned his home, carried very little debt, and enjoyed the simple satisfaction of living within his means. Friends described him as cautious, especially when dealing with finances or strangers. If someone knocked on the door unexpectedly, Richard preferred speaking through the screen rather than inviting them inside. When he failed to attend his weekly breakfast with 3 longtime friends, they assumed he might not be feeling well. The 4 men had met every Friday morning for nearly 18 years, rarely missing a gathering unless someone was traveling or recovering from an illness. By late afternoon, repeated phone calls still went unanswered. One of the friends decided to stop by the house. Richard's pickup truck remained parked in the driveway. The curtains were open. A porch light that normally stayed off during the day had been left burning. Nothing appeared disturbed from outside, but the front door was unlocked. Inside, investigators found a home frozen in the middle of an ordinary day. A half-finished crossword puzzle rested beside an untouched cup of coffee. Reading glasses lay folded neatly on the table. A shopping list had been written for the weekend, including paint brushes, bird seed, and replacement batteries for a flashlight. The television was off. The kitchen was clean. There were no obvious signs of a struggle. Richard, however, was gone. Detectives initially treated the case as a missing person investigation. Search teams covered nearby woods, lakes, abandoned properties, and hiking trails. Volunteers distributed flyers across several counties. Local news stations shared his photograph for weeks. Nothing. As the months passed, investigators turned increasingly toward Richard's financial records. They noticed several withdrawals from his checking account after the day he disappeared. The amounts were modest enough not to trigger immediate concern, but family members insisted Richard never allowed anyone else to use his bank card. Security footage from one ATM showed a person wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses making one of the withdrawals. The image was too poor for identification, but detectives noticed an older pickup truck waiting nearby with a damaged rear bumper. That detail seemed insignificant until another investigator remembered seeing a similar truck parked outside Richard's house several weeks before he vanished. The vehicle belonged to a handyman named Michael Turner, who had completed occasional repair work in the neighborhood. Turner admitted knowing Richard and confirmed visiting the property to discuss replacing a section of fencing. According to him, the conversation lasted only a few minutes, and he had not returned afterward. Investigators continued checking his timeline. Phone records showed multiple calls between the two men during the week before Richard disappeared. Hardware store receipts placed Turner purchasing heavy-duty plastic sheeting, work gloves, and rope shortly after the last confirmed sighting of Richard. None of those purchases proved anything by themselves. People bought those items every day. Then detectives found the key. While cataloging Richard's belongings months into the investigation, an evidence technician noticed the small blue keychain hanging behind several coats near the back entrance. The key opened a storage unit rented under Richard's name. Inside the unit, investigators discovered neatly stacked boxes filled with financial records, handwritten notebooks, and several folders documenting private loans Richard had made over the years. Among those papers were signed agreements showing that Michael Turner owed Richard a substantial amount of money, far more than anyone had previously known. The documents completely changed the investigation. Prosecutors would later argue that mounting financial pressure created a motive. Detectives re-examined every interview with fresh eyes, comparing statements against newly discovered evidence. Witnesses recalled overhearing heated conversations about unpaid debts. Cell phone data contradicted portions of Turner's earlier account. Soil recovered from the bed of his pickup truck matched material found at a rural property investigators searched months later. That search produced the breakthrough everyone had feared. Hidden beneath an area of recently disturbed ground, investigators recovered human remains later identified as Richard through dental records. The case eventually went before a jury after years of painstaking investigation. Prosecutors presented financial records, forensic evidence, digital data, witness testimony, and the contents of the storage unit that Richard had quietly maintained for years. Rather than relying on a confession, they showed how each piece of evidence fit together until the timeline became impossible to ignore. After deliberating, the jury found Michael Turner guilty of murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Looking back, detectives often spoke about the brass key hanging quietly behind the back door. It had been sitting there from the very beginning, unnoticed among dozens of ordinary household objects. By itself, it proved nothing, but once investigators discovered where it belonged, it opened more than a storage unit. It opened a path to the truth, revealing a story that someone had believed would remain locked away forever. Next story. The call lasted only 43 seconds. When detectives first looked through the phone records, it barely caught their attention. 43 seconds was hardly enough time to to have a meaningful conversation. It appeared to be just another routine call among hundreds made every month. Only much later would investigators realize that those 43 seconds marked the beginning of a carefully planned chain of events that ended with the death of a respected businessman. The victim was 61-year-old Frank Howard, the owner of a successful construction company in western Colorado. He had spent nearly 4 decades building homes, schools, and commercial buildings throughout the region. Employees respected him because he had started as a laborer before eventually owning the company. Even after becoming successful, he still visited construction sites almost every day, wearing the same worn work boots he had owned for years. Frank preferred routine over luxury. He arrived at the office before sunrise, reviewed project schedules over black coffee, and personally called clients instead of delegating the conversations to assistants. His weekends were usually spent fishing, repairing equipment around his property, or visiting his grandchildren. When he failed to arrive at work on a Monday morning, employees assumed he had decided to take the day off. By noon, concern began to spread. Frank never missed meetings without informing someone. His phone rang repeatedly before going to voicemail, and none of his family members had heard from him since the previous evening. Deputies visited his home later that afternoon. His pickup truck was parked exactly where it always was. The garage door stood open, revealing shelves filled with neatly organized tools. Inside the kitchen, investigators found a grocery bag still sitting on the counter with several items that had never been put away. A television remained on in the living room, quietly playing a news channel to an empty house. Nothing suggested that Frank had planned to leave. The search quickly expanded beyond his property. Detectives interviewed family members, business associates, employees, and customers. They reviewed financial records, hoping to find unusual transactions or signs that Frank had been experiencing personal difficulties. Instead, they found a man preparing for the future. New construction contracts had recently been signed. Equipment had been ordered for upcoming projects. He had scheduled meetings weeks in advance. There was no indication that he intended to disappear voluntarily. The investigation took a significant turn after detectives examined Frank's phone records in greater detail. The final incoming call before his disappearance lasted exactly 43 seconds. It came from a prepaid mobile phone that had been activated only a few days earlier. The number had never contacted Frank before. Investigators traced the phone's movements using nearby cellular towers. Although the device itself revealed very little, its travel pattern closely matched the route of another phone belonging to a former subcontractor named Daniel Reeves. Reeves had worked with Frank several years earlier before a contract dispute ended their business relationship. Court records showed that the disagreement had involved hundreds of thousands of dollars in unpaid claims and legal fees. Although the lawsuit had eventually been settled, witnesses described lingering resentment between the two men. When detectives interviewed Reeves, he denied speaking with Frank in recent weeks. He claimed he had spent the weekend visiting relatives nearly 200 miles away. His statement initially appeared reasonable. Then investigators compared it with digital evidence. Traffic cameras captured Reeves's truck traveling toward Frank's neighborhood the evening before the disappearance. Fuel purchases placed him in the same area at nearly the same time. Cell phone records contradicted portions of his timeline, showing movements inconsistent with the story he had given detectives. Still, investigators lacked the one thing they needed most. Frank himself. Weeks turned into months. Volunteers searched rivers, abandoned buildings, and remote mountain trails. Search warrants were executed at multiple locations connected to the investigation. Detectives continued assembling the timeline, carefully comparing every witness statement against physical evidence. Nearly 8 months later, a forestry crew clearing storm-damaged trees discovered human remains in a remote section of public land rarely visited by hikers. Dental records confirmed the remains belonged to Frank Howard. Forensic specialists spent weeks processing the scene. Evidence recovered there, combined with phone records, vehicle data, financial documents, and witness testimony, allowed prosecutors to reconstruct what they believed had happened. According to the prosecution, the 43-second phone call had been used to persuade Frank to attend what he believed was a business meeting. Instead, investigators argued, it became the setting for a confrontation fueled by years of unresolved financial resentment. After the murder, extensive efforts were made to conceal both the crime and the victim's body. The trial lasted more than a month. Jurors listened to forensic scientists explain how evidence from multiple locations connected the defendant to the crime. Digital analysts demonstrated how mobile phone records established movements before and after Frank disappeared. Financial experts described the long history of disputes between the two men, while witnesses testified about conversations that suddenly carried new significance once viewed within the complete timeline. The defense argued that much of the evidence was circumstantial, emphasizing the absence of eyewitnesses. Prosecutors responded that carefully planned murders are often solved through the combined strength of many independent facts rather than a single dramatic piece of evidence. After several days of deliberation, the jury found Daniel Reeves guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Years later, detectives reflected that the investigation succeeded because no detail was considered too small. A phone call lasting less than 1 minute, a fuel receipt, a passing traffic camera, a prepaid phone purchased with cash. Each clue appeared insignificant on its own, but together they revealed a story someone had worked very hard to hide. Next story. The notebook was sitting exactly where it always had been. It rested on the corner of an old oak desk beside a reading lamp and a pair of half-moon glasses. Every evening, before going to bed, 70-year-old Harold Benson wrote a few sentences about his day. Some entries were only a paragraph long. Others stretched across several pages describing conversations with neighbors, repairs around the house, or plans for the coming week. He had kept the habit for nearly 15 years, and family members often joked that if anyone ever wanted to know what happened on a particular day, Harold's notebook would have the answer. The final entry ended in the middle of a sentence. There was no signature beneath it, no indication that he intended to stop writing. Just an unfinished thought followed by a blank page. Harold lived alone outside Lexington, Kentucky, on a small property where he spent most mornings tending a vegetable garden and repairing old farm equipment. He had retired after decades working as a heavy equipment mechanic, but retirement had never slowed him down. Neighbors frequently saw him helping repair tractors, lending tools, or clearing fallen trees after storms. He believed that if something could be fixed instead of replaced, it deserved another chance. His routine was remarkably predictable. Coffee before sunrise, a walk around the property, breakfast at the same family-owned diner every Wednesday, weekly visits from his daughter on Sunday afternoons. When those routines suddenly stopped, people noticed almost immediately. The concern began with something surprisingly ordinary. Harold failed to collect his morning newspaper. The delivery driver left it near the front porch as usual. By late afternoon, it remained untouched. The following day, another newspaper landed on top of the first. When a neighbor noticed both copies still sitting outside, he decided to knock on the front door. There was no answer. Harold's pickup truck remained parked beside the garage. His workshop lights had been left on overnight, something friends said he never forgot. Inside the house, investigators found signs of an interrupted evening. A kettle sat cold on the stove. The television was quietly playing a weather forecast. His reading glasses rested beside the unfinished notebook entry. Nothing suggested that Harold had planned to go anywhere. Detectives began interviewing everyone who had spoken with him during the previous week. Family members described an ordinary schedule. Friends recalled conversations about gardening and fishing. A local hardware store employee remembered Harold purchasing paint and fence supplies only 2 days earlier. Receipts found inside the house matched those purchases exactly. As investigators examined Harold's financial records, they discovered several recent withdrawals that family members could not explain. The amounts were modest, spread across different days, and initially appeared unrelated. Detectives wondered whether someone had been persuading Harold to lend money or invest in something that didn't exist. Attention gradually shifted toward a younger man named Eric Nolan, who occasionally performed odd jobs around Harold's property. Nolan admitted visiting the house several times each month and described Harold as generous and trusting. According to his statement, he had not seen Harold for several days before the disappearance. Detectives documented the interview and continued verifying his account. Phone records revealed multiple calls between the two men during the days leading up to Harold's disappearance. Security cameras from nearby businesses later captured Nolan's truck traveling toward Harold's neighborhood on an evening he had claimed to be somewhere else. The inconsistencies were small, but they continued growing. A clerk at a convenience store remembered seeing Nolan shortly after midnight purchasing fuel and cleaning supplies. Bank records showed Harold's debit card being used after investigators believed he had already disappeared. Surveillance footage from the bank's ATM was grainy, but detectives believed the vehicle visible in the background matched Nolan's truck. The investigation stretched across nearly a year. Search teams covered wooded areas, ponds, abandoned barns, and remote farmland throughout the county. Detectives revisited witnesses multiple times, believing someone had seen or heard something they didn't yet realize was important. The breakthrough came after a survey crew preparing land for a utility project noticed disturbed soil beneath a cluster of young trees that appeared newer than the surrounding vegetation. Authorities secured the area, and forensic investigators carefully began excavating. Human remains were recovered. Dental records confirmed they belonged to Harold. During the trial, prosecutors argued that financial motive lay at the center of the crime. According to the evidence presented, Harold's trusting nature had been exploited by someone who believed an elderly man living alone would be an easy target. The prosecution presented phone records, financial documents, surveillance footage, forensic evidence, and testimony from neighbors who unknowingly observed important moments during the investigation. The defense questioned several aspects of the timeline, emphasizing that much of the evidence was circumstantial. Prosecutors responded that the strength of the case came not from any single clue, but from how every independent fact supported the next. Piece by piece, investigators had reconstructed events that someone had tried very carefully to erase. After several days of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Eric Nolan was sentenced to life in prison. Years later, Harold's family still kept the notebook that detectives had collected from the house before returning it after the trial. The final unfinished sentence remained exactly as it had been found. For them, it became a reminder not only of a life interrupted, but of the ordinary routines that often tell investigators where to begin. A newspaper left untouched, a light left on overnight, a sentence never completed. Small details rarely attract attention when they happen, but together they can quietly reveal the truth behind a crime that once seemed impossible to solve. Next story. Most people remembered the sound before they remembered the man. Every weekday, just after 6 in the morning, an old diesel pickup rolled slowly through a quiet neighborhood before turning onto the main highway. It wasn't loud enough to wake anyone, but after hearing it nearly every day for years, neighbors noticed the silence when it didn't appear. At first, nobody thought much of it. Perhaps the driver had taken a day off or left earlier than usual. By the following afternoon, however, that missing sound had become the first sign that something was terribly wrong. The driver was Bird Billings, a successful businessman from Pensacola, Florida. Together with his wife, Melanie, he had built a life that revolved around family. Over the years, they had adopted numerous children, many of whom had special needs. Their home was rarely quiet. Therapists visited throughout the week. School buses stopped outside every morning. Relatives came and went, and neighbors often saw children playing in the yard. It was a household that required patience, careful planning, and an enormous amount of love. Outside of family life, Bird owned a thriving billboard installation business. He had spent decades growing the company through hard work and practical decision-making. Employees respected him because he remained approachable despite his success. Rather than staying behind a desk, he regularly visited work sites, inspected equipment himself, and knew nearly every employee by name. Friends described him as someone who believed that a business succeeded only when the people working for it felt respected. When family members couldn't reach Bird or Melanie, concerns spread quickly. Missed phone calls were unusual enough, but when repeated attempts produced no response, a relative drove to the house to check on them personally. The front of the property looked perfectly ordinary. Vehicles remained parked outside. The lawn had recently been cut. Nothing suggested that anything was out of place. Inside, investigators discovered a scene that immediately transformed the case into a major homicide investigation. From the very beginning, detectives believed the people responsible had entered the home with a specific purpose. Valuable belongings remained throughout the house, but the violence indicated that the offenders had come prepared. This did not appear to be a burglary that suddenly turned violent. Evidence suggested planning. The investigation expanded rapidly. Detectives interviewed relatives, neighbors, employees, business associates, and anyone who had recently interacted with the family. Financial records were reviewed alongside phone logs and security footage collected from surrounding streets. Investigators also examined recent business dealings to determine whether Bird had been involved in disputes that might explain the attack. As they learned more about his financial success, detectives considered another possibility. Public records showed that Bird had accumulated substantial assets through years of business ownership. Rumors had circulated within criminal circles that large amounts of cash were kept inside the family home because of the business. Investigators began exploring whether those rumors had motivated the crime. Several witnesses remembered seeing unfamiliar vehicles driving slowly through the neighborhood during the days before the attack. Another resident recalled overhearing conversations about the Billings family weeks earlier, though at the time they seemed completely harmless. Those small observations encouraged detectives to focus on individuals who had recently shown unusual interest in Bird's finances or daily routine. Phone records gradually revealed repeated communication among several suspects. None of the calls proved a crime by themselves, but when investigators compared them with surveillance footage, vehicle movements, and witness statements, a detailed timeline began taking shape. Digital evidence showed that multiple individuals had traveled toward the neighborhood around the same time, despite later giving different explanations for their whereabouts. Search warrants uncovered additional evidence linking members of the group to the planning stages of the crime. Financial records, electronic communications, and forensic findings supported the theory that the robbery had been organized well before the offenders ever arrived at the property. The investigation required months of careful work. Detectives resisted drawing conclusions too early, choosing instead to verify every statement against physical evidence. Specialists examined fingerprints, DNA, digital devices, and ballistic evidence recovered during the investigation. Every new discovery added another piece to an increasingly complete picture. When the case reached trial, prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the planning, execution, and aftermath of the crime. Jurors heard testimony from investigators, forensic experts, digital analysts, and witnesses whose observations had seemed insignificant when first reported. Cell phone records established movements. Surveillance cameras confirmed travel routes. Forensic evidence connected participants to critical locations. Rather than depending upon one dramatic confession, the prosecution relied upon the combined strength of dozens of independent facts. After hearing weeks of testimony, jurors found several members of the group guilty of murder, armed robbery, and related offenses. The courts imposed life sentences and other lengthy prison terms, bringing legal closure to one of the largest homicide investigations in the region. Years later, people in the neighborhood still spoke less about the courtroom than about the ordinary routines they remembered. Children laughing in the yard after school. Bird leaving before sunrise in his old pickup. Melanie greeting visitors at the front door with warmth and kindness. Those simple memories survived long after the headlines faded, reminding everyone that behind every major criminal investigation is a family whose ordinary life ended without warning, and whose story was ultimately told through months of patient detective work that ensured those responsible were brought to justice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who became famous for searching for her missing daughter, about a case that gripped America for years, and about how a tragic accident was covered up with lies that spiraled into a media firestorm and criminal trial. On July 15th, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 in Orlando, Florida, with a frantic report. Her 2-year-old granddaughter Kaylee Anthony had been missing for 31 days, and her daughter Casey had been lying about where the little girl was. The call set off a chain of events that would become one of the most watched criminal cases in American history. Casey Anthony was a 22-year-old single mother living with her parents George and Cindy Anthony. Her daughter Kaylee was a bright, adorable toddler with big brown eyes who was the center of the family's world. But Casey had been telling her parents for over a month that Kaylee was with a babysitter named Zonnie the nanny. When Cindy finally tracked Casey down and demanded to see Kaylee, Casey admitted the child was missing. Casey's story was bizarre and constantly changing. She claimed a babysitter named Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez had kidnapped Kaylee. She said she had been conducting her own investigation to find her daughter and hadn't wanted to worry her parents. But as police investigated, they discovered there was no babysitter. The name Casey gave led to a real woman who had never met Casey or Kaylee and had never worked as a nanny. Police quickly realized that Casey had been lying about nearly everything. During the 31 days Kaylee was supposedly missing, Casey had been partying at nightclubs, getting a tattoo that read Bella Vita, meaning beautiful life, and spending time with her boyfriend. Photos from her social media showed her smiling and dancing while her daughter was nowhere to be found. Investigators searched Casey's car and found it had been abandoned and smelled strongly of decomposition. Forensic testing detected chemical compounds consistent with human decomposition in the trunk. Hair samples found in the trunk showed signs of decomposition and were consistent with Kaylee's hair. Cadaver dogs alerted to the presence of human remains in the trunk and in the Anthony family's backyard. Casey was arrested and charged with child neglect, making false statements to police and obstruction of justice. As the investigation continued, the charges became more serious. Prosecutors believed that Casey had ended her daughter's life and disposed of her body, then lied repeatedly to cover up the crime. The case became a media sensation. Cable news channels covered every development obsessively. The public was fascinated by Casey's behavior and the bizarre details emerging about her life. She had been living a double life, telling her parents she had a job at Universal Studios when she had actually been fired years earlier. She had invented friends and babysitters that didn't exist. Her web of lies was extensive and elaborate. In December 2008, 6 months after Kaylee was reported missing, a utility worker discovered skeletal remains in a wooded area less than a half-mile from the Anthony family home. The remains were found inside a laundry bag with duct tape near the skull. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains were Kaylee Anthony. The little girl had been dead since shortly after she was last seen in June 2008. The discovery of Kaylee's body led prosecutors to charge Casey Anthony with first-degree ending of life. They believed Casey had used chloroform to sedate Kaylee, then suffocated her with duct tape before disposing of her body in the woods. The prosecution's theory was that Casey wanted freedom from the responsibilities of motherhood and saw her daughter as an obstacle to the partying lifestyle she preferred. Casey's trial began in May 2011 and was broadcast live on television. Millions of Americans watched as prosecutors presented their case. They showed evidence of Casey's internet searches for chloroform and neck-breaking methods. They presented forensic evidence about decomposition in her car. They called witnesses who testified about Casey's partying during the time Kaylee was missing. The defense, led by attorney Jose Baez, presented a shocking alternative theory. They claimed that Kaylee had accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool and that Casey's father George had discovered the body and helped cover it up. They argued that Casey had been sexually abused by her father and brother and had developed a pattern of lying as a coping mechanism. They suggested the appearance of Casey partying was just her way of dealing with trauma. The defense couldn't explain why an accidental drowning would lead to duct tape on Kaylee's face or why the body would be hidden in the woods rather than authorities being called. But they successfully raised doubts about the prosecution's theory by pointing out there was no definitive proof of exactly how Kaylee died. After deliberating for less than 11 hours, the jury returned with a verdict that shocked the nation. On July 5, 2011, Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree ending of life, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter. She was only convicted of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement. The jury felt the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt exactly how Kaylee died or that Casey had deliberately taken her life. The verdict sparked outrage across America. People felt that justice had not been served for little Kaylee. Some jurors later explained that while they believed Casey was probably responsible for her daughter's death, the prosecution hadn't proven their case definitively enough to convict on the serious charges. Casey Anthony served her time for the lying convictions and was released in July 2011. She has lived in relative seclusion since then, though she has given occasional interviews maintaining that Kaylee's death was an accident. In a 2022 interview, she claimed for the first time that Kaylee had drowned in the pool and her father had been involved in covering it up, though she provided no evidence for this claim. George and Cindy Anthony have maintained that they believe Kaylee's death was not an accident and that Casey knows more than she has ever admitted. The family has been permanently fractured by the tragedy and the accusations that flew during the trial. Kaylee Anthony would have been a teenager today. Instead, her short life ended at age 2 under circumstances that remain officially unexplained. Her case highlighted flaws in how the justice system handles cases where cause of death cannot be definitively determined. It also sparked discussions about how media coverage can influence public perception of criminal cases. The case of Kaylee Anthony remains one of the most controversial in recent American history. A little girl died and was hidden in the woods for months. Someone put duct tape on her face and left her remains to decompose. Whether it was an accident covered up or something more sinister, the truth died with Kaylee in those woods, and justice for her remains elusive in the eyes of many who followed her story. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared polite, intelligent, and dependable, a man who lived a quiet suburban life while hiding a carefully controlled inner world of resentment, obsession, and cruelty. This is a true crime story about control, emotional distance, and how a crime so methodical once seemed impossible to prove until patience and persistence finally revealed the truth. Richard Crafts was born in 1935 and grew up in Connecticut. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and socially functional. He served in the U.S. Air Force, later earning a degree in aeronautical engineering. To most people, Richard seemed accomplished and stable. He married Helle Crafts, a Danish flight attendant, and together they had 3 children. They lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut, a quiet town known for safety and order. On the surface, the Crafts family looked ordinary. Inside the marriage, however, the emotional atmosphere was cold. Helle was described as warm, expressive, and social. Richard was distant, controlling, and emotionally withdrawn. He preferred structure and routine. He disliked confrontation, but held on to resentment. Over time, the marriage deteriorated. Helle began confiding in friends that she feared Richard, not because he was violent, but because of his emptiness. She told people she believed he was capable of something terrible. By late 1986, Helle had decided she wanted a divorce. She had begun preparing financially and emotionally. She told friends that if anything happened to her, Richard would be responsible. These words, spoken casually at the time, would later become hauntingly important. On the night of November 18th, 1986, Helle Crafts disappeared. Richard told people she had left the house after an argument and flown to Denmark. He claimed she was upset and needed space. But several details immediately felt wrong. Hella had left behind her passport, her winter coat, her personal belongings. She had not contacted her children. She had not called friends or family. The story did not fit her character. Police initially struggled. There was no body, no obvious crime scene, no witnesses. But investigators began noticing small inconsistencies. Neighbors reported hearing loud machinery late at night during a snowstorm. They noticed Richard renting unusual equipment, a wood chipper, a freezer. These details alone meant little, but together they raised concern. Investigators searched the Crafts' home. They found blood traces in the bedroom, despite attempts to clean them thoroughly. Microscopic blood evidence remained embedded in carpet fibers and wood grain. This suggested violence, not a voluntary departure. Attention turned to the nearby Housatonic River. During the same snowstorm, Richard had been seen repeatedly stopping near a bridge by the river. Witnesses recalled hearing a loud engine running for extended periods. Police suspected something unthinkable. They drained parts of the river. What they found was devastating. Small fragments of human remains, bone pieces, tissue, hair, fingernails, a fragment of tooth. These remains were scattered, damaged, but unmistakably human. Forensic analysis confirmed they belonged to Hella Crafts. The investigation revealed the horrifying truth. Richard had murdered his wife inside their home. He had then dismembered her body and used a wood chipper to destroy the remains, feeding them piece by piece into the machine during the storm, dumping what remained into the river to conceal the crime. It was one of the first cases in U.S. history prosecuted without a complete body. At trial, the defense argued that without a body, there could be no murder conviction. Prosecutors countered with forensic evidence, witness testimony, and Richard's own behavior. They demonstrated planning, deception, and motive. The jury listened carefully, slowly reconstructing the crime through fragments, timelines, and patterns. In 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted of murder. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. The case became known as the wood chipper murder, but the name does not capture its true nature. This was not a crime of rage. It was a crime of control, of emotional detachment, of a man who chose erasure over accountability. What makes this story linger is not just the method. It is the silence. The way Richard attempted to remove Hella from existence entirely, believing that without a body, there would be no truth. He underestimated memory. He underestimated patience. He underestimated the quiet strength of people who noticed what did not feel right. Hella Crafts is remembered not for how she died, but for how she was finally heard. Her words to friends, her fears, her intuition, they mattered. This story reminds us that truth does not require completeness to survive. Sometimes it exists in fragments, in patterns, in what people feel but cannot yet explain. And sometimes, even when someone tries to erase everything, enough remains for justice to speak softly, clearly, and finally. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing radio technician after a routine service call. A disappearance that at first seemed like a man delayed on the job, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered step by step. In the summer of 2000, the city of Albuquerque, New Mexico stretched wide under long, quiet evenings where service vehicles moved between scattered neighborhoods and remote communication sites. Among those working that day was 39-year-old radio technician Stephen Hale. Stephen maintained communication towers and radio systems for local businesses and emergency networks, a job that often required him to travel alone to isolated locations. Because of the nature of his work, it was not unusual for him to be out of contact for short periods. Still, he always checked in with his office once he completed each assignment. On the afternoon of July 11th, Stephen was scheduled to inspect a small transmission site located on the edge of the city near a cluster of storage yards and utility buildings. Work logs showed he confirmed the assignment earlier that day and left his office shortly after 3:40 p.m. A worker at a nearby facility later recalled seeing Stephen's service van parked near the access road around 4:30 as he walked toward the tower, carrying equipment. That was the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Stephen failed to check in that evening, his supervisor initially assumed he was still working at the site or had moved on to another service call. But when he did not return home and misscheduled work the following morning, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by locating the transmission site where Stephen had last been seen. His service van was still parked near the access road, exactly where the witness had described. The vehicle was locked. Inside, however, investigators noticed several concerning details. Stephen's tools were neatly arranged, and his work log was sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the van carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Stephen. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining recent service requests connected to Stephen's schedule. One request stood out. A private contractor named David Mercer had recently reported repeated issues with a radio system connected to equipment stored near the same transmission area. Records showed Mercer had specifically requested service at that location multiple times. Investigators located Mercer and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had submitted service requests, but claimed he had not met Stephen that day. He insisted he had been at home during the evening and had no involvement in his disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Mercer's phone near the transmission site at approximately the same time Stephen had been working there. When confronted with that information, Mercer said he had been in the area checking on his equipment, but had not seen anyone. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A security camera positioned at the entrance to a nearby storage yard provided the next critical clue. Footage showed Stephen's van parked near the road, and, a short time later, a dark pickup truck arriving and stopping nearby. The truck remained there for several minutes before leaving. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The vehicle was registered to David Mercer. With that information, detectives obtained a search warrant for his pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior of Stephen's van. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the rear floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Stephen Hale. Mercer was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to break down. Eventually, Mercer admitted that he had gone to the transmission site that afternoon and encountered Stephen while he was working. According to his statement, he approached him to discuss ongoing equipment issues. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated dispute. During the confrontation, Mercer attacked Stephen. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to conceal the crime by moving Stephen away from the site and cleaning his truck. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote desert area nearly 30 miles outside Albuquerque, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath sand and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Stephen Hale. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Stephen arriving at the transmission site, Mercer's truck appearing shortly afterward, and both vehicles being present at the same location. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected Mercer directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Mercer took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. David Mercer was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Stephen Hale's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered him as someone who had spent years maintaining systems that others relied on every day. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A vehicle captured on a distant camera, phone records placing someone in the wrong location, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who spent years building a life defined by routine, discipline, and quiet predictability. A man whose calm presence never drew suspicion, and whose professional success made him someone others respected without hesitation. His name was Chris Benoit, and for decades he lived inside a world that rewarded control, strength, and endurance. He was known internationally as a professional wrestler, admired for his technical skill, his discipline, and his ability to perform under intense physical and psychological pressure. To millions of viewers, he was a performer. To his colleagues, he was a professional who took his work seriously. To his family, he was a husband and father living inside the private rhythms of ordinary life. He lived with his wife Nancy and their young son Daniel in Fayetteville, Georgia, in a home that reflected stability and comfort. The house sat in a quiet neighborhood where nothing about its appearance suggested instability or danger. The lawn was maintained. The rooms were orderly. The environment reflected structure. But beneath the routines that defined his life, physical and psychological strain had been accumulating for years in ways that no one fully understood at the time. Chris Benoit's career had required extraordinary physical endurance. Professional wrestling, despite its staged outcomes, demanded real physical impact. His body absorbed repeated trauma over decades. He experienced concussions, injuries, and chronic pain. These injuries were treated, managed, and endured as part of his profession. He continued performing. He continued traveling. He continued maintaining the appearance of control. Pain became part of his daily existence, something he managed quietly. He rarely spoke publicly about his physical condition. He maintained the professional expectation that he would continue working regardless of discomfort. This pattern of endurance reinforced his identity as someone capable of functioning under pressure. His home life appeared stable. Nancy Benoit had also worked in professional wrestling earlier in her life. She understood the demands of the profession. She understood the travel, the injuries, and the expectations. Their son Daniel lived with them in their home, attending school, growing up inside a family that appeared stable from the outside. Friends and neighbors saw nothing that suggested immediate danger. Their interactions appeared normal. Conversations remained ordinary. Daily routines continued without visible disruption. But in the weeks leading up to June 2007, subtle changes began to occur. Chris Benoit became quieter. His communication patterns shifted. He withdrew emotionally from colleagues and friends. He continued performing professionally, maintaining his responsibilities, but privately, something was changing. These changes were not immediately recognized as warning signs. They appeared gradual. They appeared internal. They remained invisible to those around him. On June 22, 2007, Nancy Benoit was inside their home. The environment was quiet. There were no reports of disturbance from neighbors. There were no emergency calls. There were no immediate external signs of crisis. But inside the home, events unfolded that would later become the center of one of the most disturbing investigations in professional sports history. Nancy Benoit died inside the home. The exact timeline was reconstructed later through forensic analysis, digital records, and physical evidence. Investigators determined she had been killed inside the residence. The following day, June 23rd, their son Daniel also died inside the home. Again, There were no immediate external signs visible to neighbors. The house remained quiet. The outside world continued normally, unaware of what had already occurred inside. On June 24th, Chris Benoit remained inside the house. He did not appear publicly. He did not communicate with colleagues in ways that suggested urgency. Instead, he sent text messages to coworkers providing his home address and explaining that his dogs were inside. These messages appeared unusual. They did not explain the situation directly, but they provided specific logistical information. These communications would later become critical in establishing timeline and intent. Later that same day, Chris Benoit died inside the home. When colleagues became concerned about his absence from scheduled professional appearances, they contacted authorities. Law enforcement officers arrived at the residence on June 25, 2007. The house was quiet. Nothing appeared disturbed from the outside. Officers entered and began examining the interior. Inside, they discovered the bodies of Nancy, Daniel, and Chris Benoit. The investigation began immediately. Investigators examined the home carefully. They documented every detail. They collected physical evidence. They examined digital records, including phone communications, text messages, and computer activity. They reconstructed the timeline carefully, understanding that accurate sequencing was essential to understanding what had occurred. Forensic analysis confirmed that Nancy Benoit had died first. Daniel Benoit died the following day. Chris Benoit died last. This sequence was established through careful examination of physical evidence, decomposition timelines, and digital communication records. Investigators examined Chris Benoit's medical history. They reviewed his injury records. They examined his history of concussions. Medical experts conducted extensive neurological analysis following his death. Their findings revealed severe brain trauma consistent with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, a degenerative brain condition associated with repeated head injuries. This condition affects behavior, emotional regulation, and impulse control. The extent of the damage shocked medical professionals. His brain showed patterns typically associated with significantly older individuals suffering from advanced neurological degeneration. Investigators also examined digital searches conducted on his home computer. These searches provided insight into his mental state during the days leading up to the incident. They documented behavioral patterns, timing, and cognitive function. The investigation concluded that Chris Benoit was responsible for the deaths of his wife and son before his own death. The evidence was overwhelming. Physical evidence, digital evidence, medical analysis, timeline reconstruction. Each element confirmed the sequence of events beyond doubt. What made this case especially disturbing was the contrast between public perception and private reality. Chris Benoit had existed inside a professional environment defined by discipline and control. He had performed in front of millions. He had maintained routines. He had interacted normally with colleagues and fans. His life appeared structured, predictable, stable, but internally, physical and neurological damage had been accumulating silently. The injuries he endured did not disappear. They remained. They altered brain function. They altered emotional stability. They altered behavior in ways invisible to those around him. This case changed professional wrestling permanently. It forced organizations to examine concussion protocols. It forced medical professionals to study long-term brain trauma. It forced institutions to recognize the invisible damage caused by repeated head injuries. Next story. I am going to tell you a true story about a disappearance that unfolded so quietly that for years no one realized a crime had taken place at all. A story about trust built slowly, about isolation disguised as companionship, and about a man whose ordinary appearance allowed him to move through people's lives without ever raising suspicion. This case did not involve a sudden act of violence or a dramatic crime scene. Instead, it was defined by patience, manipulation, and a long silence that swallowed a human life without leaving a trace. This is the true story of Mark Twitchell. Mark Twitchell lived in Edmonton, Canada, and dreamed of becoming a filmmaker. He was obsessed with storytelling, especially dark stories about killers who outsmarted the system. He studied crime films, thrillers, and suspense narratives, not as warnings but as inspiration. To the people around him, he appeared socially awkward but harmless, a man more interested in fantasy than reality. He had a wife, a child, and a quiet suburban life that showed no signs of danger. What no one knew was that Mark had begun to blur the line between fiction and intention, slowly constructing a real crime as if it were a screenplay, rehearsing details in his mind long before he ever acted on them. In 2008, Mark began using online dating platforms under fake names. He created multiple identities, carefully crafting messages to attract men who were looking for discreet relationships. His communication was calm, friendly, and patient. He did not rush. He allowed trust to develop naturally. Eventually, one man named John Brian Altinger responded. John was a quiet man in his 30s who had recently moved to Edmonton and was still building his social circle. He had no reason to suspect that the person he was speaking with online was anything other than what he appeared to be. Mark arranged a meeting, instructing John to come to his garage late at night. The garage had been secretly transformed into a controlled space. Plastic sheeting covered surfaces. Tools had been prepared. The location was isolated enough that no one would hear anything unusual. When John arrived, he walked into a space that had already been designed for his disappearance. What happened inside that garage was violent and final. John was killed shortly after arriving. His body was dismembered and later disposed of in a landfill, scattered among thousands of tons of waste, making recovery nearly impossible. For weeks, no one knew John was dead. His absence did not immediately raise alarms. He lived alone. He had limited close contacts. His life slipped quietly into uncertainty. When concern finally reached authorities, there was little to work with. No witnesses, no clear last location, no obvious suspects. But Mark had made mistakes. He kept digital records. He wrote about his thoughts online. He searched obsessively for information about murder investigations, disposal methods, and legal loopholes. His obsession with crime fiction led him to document ideas in ways that eventually betrayed him. Investigators discovered online conversations linking Mark to John's last known interactions. When questioned, Mark attempted to lie, then shifted stories, then claimed the meeting never happened. But evidence continued to surface. Internet histories, deleted files, and suspicious behavior began to form a picture too detailed to ignore. When police searched his garage, they found traces of blood that had been partially cleaned but not fully erased. The space itself revealed signs of planning, not accident. As pressure mounted, Mark's carefully constructed narrative collapsed. He was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. During interrogation, he showed little emotional response. Instead, he spoke about the crime as if it were a failed project, focusing on what went wrong rather than what he had done. Investigators later discovered that Mark had attempted to lure other victims using similar methods, but John was the only one who arrived. In 2011, Mark Twitchell was convicted and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The case left a lasting impact because of how quietly it unfolded. There were no screams heard by neighbors, no immediate chase, no dramatic escape. Just a man who used patience, technology, and isolation to remove another human being from the world without drawing attention. This story is unsettling because it reminds us how danger can exist without chaos, how violence does not always announce itself, how trust, once given, can be used as an entry point rather than a defense. John Altinger did nothing reckless. He simply believed the person he was speaking to was real, and in that belief, he disappeared. Next story. The case was closed within 48 hours, filed as a tragic accident, a fall that had gone unnoticed until it was too late, and for nearly a year, nothing challenged that conclusion, until a routine equipment check revealed a discrepancy that could not be explained, a safety system that should have activated but didn't, and that single failure forced investigators to revisit a death that had never been treated as suspicious. It happened in March 2015 in a small coastal town in Oregon, where 38-year-old Daniel Harper, a maintenance supervisor at a private marina, was found at the base of a metal service ladder that led down to a restricted dock area, his body partially submerged in the water, the position suggesting he had fallen from above and struck the lower platform before entering the water. The initial assessment, supported by the absence of witnesses and the isolated nature of the location. Daniel was known for working late, often alone, and the timeline placed him at the marina well past closing hours, performing routine checks on equipment and storage units, a pattern that made his presence there unremarkable. And when his body was discovered the following morning by a co-worker, there were no immediate signs of foul play, no visible injuries beyond those consistent with a fall, and no indication that anyone else had been present. The ladder showed signs of wear, the metal slick with condensation from the coastal air, and it seemed plausible that a misstep could have led to the fatal fall. The case was processed accordingly, documented, and closed. But months later, during an unrelated inspection of the marina's safety systems, a technician noticed that the motion-activated floodlights covering the dock area had not recorded any activation during the night of Daniel's death, a detail that conflicted with the established timeline, because any movement on the ladder or dock should have triggered the lights, and the system logs, which recorded all activations, showed no activity during the relevant window. At first, this was considered a possible malfunction, but further testing confirmed that the system had been fully operational both before and after that night, raising the question of why it had not responded when it should have. This inconsistency prompted a quiet review of the original case, and as investigators revisited the scene, they began to notice details that had been overlooked, not because they were hidden, but because they had not seemed important at the time. The ladder itself, while worn, showed no fresh signs of disturbance, no scuff marks or displaced residue that would indicate a sudden slip or fall, and the lower platform where Daniel's body had been found did not show the expected impact pattern. The alignment of injuries did not fully match the geometry of the structure, suggesting that the fall, if it had occurred, did not happen in the way it had been described. Attention then turned to Daniel's final hours, reconstructing his movements through access logs and limited surveillance coverage. And while the marina's cameras did not cover the dock area directly, they captured entry and exit points, confirming that Daniel had entered the facility at 9:12 p.m., but there was no corresponding record of him leaving, which aligned with the assumption that he had remained on site. However, the logs also showed an additional entry at 10:03 p.m. using a keycard, assigned to another employee, a man named Eric Lawson, who was not scheduled to work that night and had not mentioned being at the marina during the initial investigation. When questioned, Eric stated that he had briefly stopped by to retrieve personal items, a claim that seemed plausible but lacked supporting detail, and more importantly, he had not reported this visit during the original inquiry, a detail that raised questions about omission rather than direct contradiction. His explanation for not mentioning it was vague, suggesting that he did not consider it relevant. But as the timeline was re-examined, his presence became increasingly significant, placing him at the location during the same window in which Daniel was believed to have fallen. The investigation deepened when forensic analysis of preserved evidence revealed trace material on Daniel's clothing that did not match the marine environment, specifically fibers consistent with upholstery commonly used in vehicle interiors, suggesting that he had been in contact with a different setting shortly before his death. This finding conflicted with the assumption that he had remained at the marina continuously, introducing the possibility that he had been moved after death, rather than falling at the location where he was found. This theory began to align with the issue of the floodlights. If Daniel had not actually fallen from the ladder, then there would have been no movement to trigger the system, explaining the absence of activation logs. The scene, previously interpreted as the site of the incident, now appeared to be a staging area, chosen for its isolation and the assumption that an accidental fall would be accepted without question. Investigators then examined Eric's vehicle, with consent initially and later under warrant, where they found traces of biological material consistent with Daniel's DNA, along with signs of recent cleaning that had not been fully effective, small inconsistencies that pointed toward an attempt to remove evidence rather than routine maintenance. This discovery provided a direct link between Eric and Daniel outside the marina environment, contradicting Eric's earlier claim of only briefly visiting the site. As pressure increased, Eric's account began to shift, small changes in his narrative reflecting the growing weight of evidence. And the sequence that emerged suggested that the two men had met that night under circumstances that had not been disclosed, possibly related to a dispute or unresolved issue, and that the interaction had escalated away from the marina inside Eric's vehicle, where the fatal event occurred. The decision to move the body back to the marina and position it at the base of the ladder appeared to be an attempt to construct a plausible accident, relying on the environment to support the narrative. The failure of the floodlights, initially seen as a technical anomaly, became the key to unraveling the case, not because the system had malfunctioned, but because it had worked exactly as intended, recording nothing when nothing had occurred, and in doing so, contradicting the assumption that the death had taken place there. What had been overlooked as a minor detail became the central piece of evidence, forcing a reevaluation of every aspect of the case. In the end, the investigation revealed that the most convincing element of the original conclusion, the setting itself, had been deliberately chosen to mislead, and that the absence of expected activity was more telling than any visible sign of violence. A reminder that in cases where everything appears to align too easily, it is often the missing reaction. Next story. The first officer through the door thought the apartment had been abandoned mid-conversation. A lamp still glowed beside the couch. 2 wine glasses sat on the coffee table, one half full, the other shattered across the floor beneath a chair. In the kitchen, pasta boiled dry inside a burned pot filling the entire apartment with the sharp smell of smoke and metal. Nothing looked stolen. Nothing looked ransacked, but there was blood on the ceiling. Not much. Just tiny dark droplets sprayed high enough that investigators immediately understood the violence inside the apartment had been sudden and extreme. The victim was 28-year-old Claire Whitmore, a graduate student living in Seattle while completing research work in forensic psychology. Friends described her as intensely careful with strangers and deeply focused on her studies. She rarely hosted parties, avoided chaotic social circles, and spent most evenings either at the university library or home working late, which made the crime scene even stranger, because someone had clearly been sitting comfortably inside the apartment with her shortly before she died. Claire was discovered by her younger brother after she stopped answering calls for nearly a full day. He entered using a spare key and found her body partially hidden beside the bedroom wall underneath blankets and clothing apparently thrown over her in haste. Detectives quickly realized the killer attempted minimal staging before fleeing. The concealment looked rushed, uneven, panicked. That mattered because everything else about the scene suggested control. The wine glasses indicated conversation. The untouched valuables suggested motive was personal rather than financial. Most importantly, there were no signs of forced entry anywhere in the apartment. Claire knew whoever came inside. The investigation initially centered around her recent dating history. Detectives uncovered messages showing she had recently begun seeing a man named Aaron Vale, a 35-year-old freelance photographer who moved frequently between cities for commercial work. Friends recalled Claire speaking positively about him at first before becoming increasingly uncertain during the weeks leading up to her death. One friend later told investigators Claire felt something about him seemed rehearsed. too polished, too observant, like he studied people while speaking to them. When police contacted Vale, he agreed immediately to an interview and appeared calm throughout questioning. He admitted spending time with Claire occasionally, but claimed he had not visited her apartment the night she died. According to him, they argued days earlier and stopped communicating afterward. Detectives already suspected otherwise. Building security footage showed Vale entering Claire's apartment complex shortly before 8 p.m. the night of the murder. There was no footage showing him leaving, at least not through the main entrance. Investigators then discovered a rarely used maintenance stairwell connecting directly to the underground garage, where several cameras had stopped recording due to ongoing electrical issues. Tire records later placed Vale's vehicle exiting from that garage shortly after midnight. The forensic evidence became increasingly difficult for him to explain. Fingerprints matching Vale were found on both wine glasses. Claire's blood appeared on the sleeve of a jacket recovered from his apartment despite obvious washing attempts. And beneath Claire's fingernails, forensic analysts recovered skin cells matching his DNA profile. But the deeper investigators looked into Aaron Vale, the darker the picture became. Police in Oregon and Nevada reopened old assault reports connected loosely to him involving women he dated briefly before disappearing suddenly from their lives. None previously resulted in conviction, but patterns emerged involving manipulation, obsessive behavior, and explosive anger after rejection. One woman described him as someone who transformed completely once he felt ignored. At trial, prosecutors argued the murder began during an argument inside the apartment after Claire attempted ending the relationship. According to forensic reconstruction, the confrontation turned violent near the living room before continuing into the hallway and bedroom, where Claire suffered fatal injuries during a prolonged struggle. The blood on the ceiling became one of the prosecution's strongest visual pieces of evidence. Experts demonstrated how the spatter pattern could only occur through repeated overhead force during close-range assault. Jurors reportedly reacted visibly when shown the reconstruction photographs because the droplets were so small many people initially overlooked them entirely. The defense attempted to suggest another unidentified visitor entered later that night after Vale already left the apartment, but digital evidence steadily destroyed the theory. Phone data placed Vale inside the building during the estimated murder window. Deleted internet searches from his laptop included phrases involving blood cleanup and forensic trace evidence only hours after Claire's death. Perhaps most damaging was his behavior afterward. The morning following the murder, Vale attended a photography meeting downtown, answered emails normally, and spent nearly 2 hours having coffee with colleagues while Claire's body remained undiscovered inside her apartment. Investigators later said that emotional detachment disturbed them more than almost anything else in the case. The jury convicted Aaron Vale of second-degree murder after less than 1 day of deliberation. He received a sentence of 48 years to life. Years afterward, Claire's brother said the detail he could never forget was the burned pot still sitting on the stove when he entered the apartment. Water completely gone, smoke filling the kitchen, dinner still cooking while, only a few rooms away, the person Claire trusted enough to share wine with that night had already killed her and walked calmly back out into the city before midnight. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing late-night gas station manager. A disappearance that at first seemed like a routine shift gone quiet, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the spring of 2005, the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma stayed active through the night as highways carried steady traffic and gas stations remained open for travelers. Among those working those overnight hours was 40-year-old manager Kevin Lawson. Kevin had been running the same gas station for nearly 6 years and was known by staff as reliable, strict with procedures, and consistent with nightly routines. His shift usually ran from 9 p.m. to early morning, during which he handled cash deposits, restocked inventory, and supervised the store. Because he often worked alone during the late hours, he followed a strict schedule and checked in with regional supervisors through logs and calls. On the night of April 8th, Kevin began his shift as usual. Security cameras showed him assisting customers, organizing stock, and moving between the counter and storage room. Activity slowed after midnight, and by 1:30 a.m. the station was mostly quiet. At approximately 1:42 a.m., a dark pickup truck pulled into the station. The driver entered the store and approached the counter. Surveillance footage showed Kevin speaking with the man for a short time. There were no immediate signs of distress. After a brief exchange, both individuals moved out of the main camera view toward the side area near the office. Several minutes later, the man exited the store alone and drove away. Kevin was no longer visible. When an early morning delivery driver arrived around 3:10 a.m., he noticed the store was open but unattended. The register was active, and items were left out of place as if something had interrupted normal operations. The driver reported the situation to authorities. Police arrived and began searching the station. Inside, they noticed several concerning details. Kevin's personal belongings, including his phone and keys, were still behind the counter. Forensic technicians examined the area carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the side of the counter along the floor leading toward the back office. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing surveillance footage in detail. The image of the man who had entered the store was enhanced, and investigators worked to identify the pickup truck. A nearby traffic camera captured the same vehicle leaving the area, providing a clearer view of the license plate. The truck was registered to a man named Robert Jensen. Jensen was 36 years old and had prior records involving theft and property-related offenses. Detectives located him and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Jensen admitted he had stopped at the gas station that night, but claimed he had only purchased fuel and left. He insisted he had no involvement in Kevin's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Jensen's phone at the gas station during the time shown on surveillance footage, and later near a rural area outside the city during the early morning hours. When confronted with that information, he said he had gone for a late-night drive after leaving the station. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for his pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the flooring from the gas station's office area. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the rear section of the truck that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin Lawson. Jensen was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at both the station and the rural area. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Jensen admitted that he had entered the store and engaged Kevin in conversation. According to his statement, he had asked Kevin to step into the office area under the pretense of discussing a payment issue. Investigators believe he had chosen the moment knowing the station was quiet and that Kevin was working alone. The situation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Kevin attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood traces found near the counter and inside the office. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Jensen attempted to conceal the crime by moving Kevin away from the station and cleaning his truck. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote rural area nearly 40 miles outside Tulsa, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath dirt and debris. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Kevin Lawson. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Jensen entering the store, being the last person seen with Kevin, and later traveling to the area where the remains were found. Surveillance footage, cell phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Jensen took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Robert Jensen was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Kevin Lawson's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered him as someone who managed long overnight shifts with discipline and consistency. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A vehicle captured on camera, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marion Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from the killer. Most were hoaxes, but two have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a routine drive home after work, a disappearance that confused investigators for weeks before small pieces of overlooked evidence slowly revealed a carefully concealed murder. In the autumn of 2005, the town of Springfield, Missouri was moving through a typical weekday routine. Traffic flowed steadily through the main roads as people finished work and returned home for the evening. Among them was 35-year-old insurance agent Kevin Marshall. Kevin had worked for the same regional insurance company for nearly 10 years and was known by coworkers as someone who kept a steady routine. Most evenings he left the office around 5:30, drove the same route home, and spent the night with his wife and young daughter. Because his schedule rarely changed, the events of October 18th stood out immediately when something went wrong. That evening, Kevin left the office at 5:42 p.m. Security cameras in the building's parking garage captured him getting into his sedan and driving out toward the main road. One coworker waved goodbye as he pulled away. He never arrived home. When Kevin did not appear by 7 o'clock, his wife initially assumed he had been delayed by work or traffic. But when several phone calls went straight to voicemail and no messages were returned, concern began to grow. By the following morning, when he also failed to appear at the office, police were contacted and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by tracing Kevin's last known movements after leaving work. Traffic cameras along his usual route showed his car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But the final camera in the sequence captured something unusual. Kevin's sedan suddenly turned off the normal route toward a quiet industrial district several miles away from his home. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why he would go there. 2 days later, a patrol officer discovered Kevin's car parked behind an empty storage building in that same industrial area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, investigators noticed something troubling. Kevin's phone and briefcase were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood on the driver's side door and along the steering wheel. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. The discovery shifted the investigation from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining people connected to Kevin's life. Co-workers described him as professional and easy to work with. Financial records showed no major problems or debts. His family relationships appeared stable. For several days, investigators struggled to identify anyone who might have had a motive to harm him. The first major lead came from a witness who worked in a warehouse near the location where Kevin's car had been found. The worker told police that on the evening Kevin disappeared, he had seen another vehicle parked near the storage building around 6:30. It was a dark pickup truck, and the driver appeared to be speaking with someone standing near a sedan. The witness had not thought much about the moment at the time, assuming the two drivers were simply meeting. But after hearing about the investigation, he realized the sedan might have been Kevin's car. Detectives began searching for nearby surveillance footage that might have captured the pickup truck. After reviewing several cameras from surrounding businesses, they located footage showing a similar truck leaving the area shortly after the time the witness described. The license plate was partially visible. Investigators eventually traced the vehicle to a man named Robert Chandler. Chandler was 42 years old and owned a small contracting business that occasionally handled repair work for commercial buildings. When detectives looked deeper into his background, they discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Several months earlier, Kevin's insurance company had denied a large property damage claim submitted by Chandler. Records showed Kevin had been the agent responsible for reviewing and rejecting the claim. Detectives brought Chandler in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had been frustrated about the insurance decision, but insisted he had never threatened Kevin. He also claimed he had not seen him recently. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Chandler in the industrial district at almost the exact time Kevin disappeared. When confronted with the phone data, Chandler said he had simply been driving through the area on his way to another job site. The explanation raised further suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was issued for Chandler's pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery of Kevin's sedan. Even more significant were faint blood traces on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. With the evidence mounting against him, Chandler was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his truck near Kevin's car that evening. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Chandler admitted that he had contacted Kevin earlier that day, asking to meet and discuss the insurance claim that had been denied. According to his statement, the two men agreed to meet in the industrial area after Kevin finished work. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Chandler attacked Kevin. Realizing the seriousness of what he had done, he attempted to hide the crime by removing the body from the area and cleaning his truck. After hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Kevin. Detectives followed him to a wooded section of land nearly 30 miles outside Springfield. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and branches. The remains were later confirmed to be Kevin Marshall. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline of crime. Traffic camera footage showed Kevin diverting from his normal route to meet Chandler. Witness testimony placed Chandler's truck near the storage building. Forensic experts explained how fibers and blood evidence linked his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and not planned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Chandler took afterward to conceal the body and destroy evidence. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Robert Chandler was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Kevin Marshall's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and coworkers remembered him as someone who had spent years building trust with clients and colleagues. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness remembering two vehicles parked together, a few fibers inside a truck, and small traces of blood eventually revealed the truth. Next story. In the autumn of 1998, in the quiet city of Bellingham, Washington, 30-year-old school teacher Laura Whitaker followed the same routine she had maintained for years. She taught third grade at a small elementary school on the north side of the city, where students and parents knew her as patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Laura had moved to Bellingham a few years earlier after graduating from a teaching program, drawn by the calm pace of the coastal town and the strong sense of community around its schools. She lived alone in a small rented house only a few miles from the school where she worked. Most of her days were predictable and structured, beginning early in the morning with lesson planning and ending in the evening with quiet time at home grading papers or preparing activities for the next day. Because her routine was so consistent, the events of October 12th stood out immediately to those who knew her well. That evening, Laura failed to appear at a small dinner gathering she had planned with two close friends, something that had never happened before. Where her friends tried to reach her by phone, there was no answer. At first, they assumed she might still be at school finishing work or perhaps had forgotten the time. But as the hours passed and the calls continued to go unanswered, concern began to grow. The following morning, Laura also failed to appear at school. The principal, aware that she had never missed a day without notice, contacted police to request a welfare check. Officers arrived at her home late that morning and discovered something that immediately raised alarm. Laura's car was parked in the driveway exactly where it should have been, and the house appeared quiet from the outside. Inside, however, there were subtle signs that something had gone wrong. Papers were scattered across the living room floor as if someone had been interrupted while working. A chair had been knocked over near the front door, and Laura's purse was sitting on the kitchen counter along with her keys. Detectives quickly realized that Laura had likely encountered someone inside her home the previous evening. There were no signs of forced entry. which suggested that she may have opened the door willingly or recognized the person who came to visit. Forensic technicians began carefully collecting evidence from the house, searching for fingerprints, fibers, and any trace that might reveal what had happened. Small spots of blood were discovered near the doorway, indicating that a violent struggle had taken place. The amount was limited but significant enough to confirm that Laura had been injured before disappearing. Investigators expanded their search to the surrounding neighborhood, interviewing residents who might have seen or heard something unusual during the evening hours. One neighbor reported noticing a pickup truck parked along the street around the time Laura would have been home from school. The vehicle did not belong to anyone in the immediate area, and the driver had remained inside for some time before eventually walking toward Laura's house. The witness had not thought much of it at the time, assuming it was simply a visitor or delivery driver. But when detectives followed up on the description of the truck, they discovered that it closely resembled a vehicle owned by a man named Eric Dalton. Dalton was a former maintenance worker who had previously done repair work at Laura's school earlier that year. Investigators learned that Dalton had spoken with Laura several times during the weeks when he worked at the building. Co-workers recalled that he had shown an unusual interest in her, often lingering in the hallway to talk, even when the conversation seemed unnecessary. At the time, it had been dismissed as harmless friendliness, but after Laura disappeared, those interactions took on new significance. Detectives located Dalton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he knew Laura from the school, but insisted that he had not seen her recently and had nothing to do with her disappearance. Despite his denial, investigators soon uncovered evidence that contradicted his statement. Phone records showed that Dalton had placed a call to Laura's home the evening before she vanished. When asked about the call, he claimed that he had simply wanted to ask about possible tutoring work for a relative's child, an explanation detectives found suspicious given the timing. Meanwhile, forensic analysis from the crime scene revealed a fingerprint on Laura's front door that matched Dalton's prints. Although he had previously been inside the school where Laura worked, he had no legitimate reason to have visited her home. The investigation intensified as detectives obtained a warrant to search Dalton's pickup truck. Inside, they discovered fibers that matched the carpet inside Laura's living room, as well as traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed belonged to her. Faced with this growing evidence, Dalton's story began to change. He eventually admitted that he had gone to Laura's house that evening intending to ask her out on a date. According to his statement, she rejected him and asked him to leave. The conversation turned into an argument, and the situation quickly escalated into violence. Dalton confessed that during the struggle, Laura was seriously injured. Instead of seeking help, he panicked and forced her into his truck before driving away from the neighborhood. Detectives pressed him for details about where he had taken her, and he eventually led them to a remote wooded area several miles outside the city. There, hidden beneath brush and fallen branches, investigators found Laura's body. The discovery confirmed the tragic outcome that many had feared since the investigation began. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the events of that evening. Witnesses from the school testified about Dalton's interactions with Laura and his growing fixation on her. Forensic experts explained how the evidence from the house and the truck connected him directly to the crime. Phone records and the neighbor's observation of the pickup truck placed him in the area at the exact time Laura disappeared. The defense attempted to portray the incident as a sudden argument that spiraled out of control, but the prosecution emphasized that Dalton's decision to remove Laura from her home and conceal her body demonstrated a clear effort to hide the crime. After hearing the evidence, the jury found Dalton guilty of murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought a measure of closure to Laura's family, though the loss remained deeply painful for those who knew her. Students, colleagues, and members of the community remembered her as a teacher who had devoted her life to helping children learn and grow. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can become crucial pieces of a larger puzzle. A neighbor's memory of a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, and a few fibers inside a vehicle eventually revealed the truth about what had happened on that quiet October evening. Through persistent detective work and careful forensic analysis, investigators were able to reconstruct the events that led to Laura's death and ensure that the person responsible was held accountable. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24th, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and two sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina De Jesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a family man who seemed to be grieving the loss of his wife and children, about a house fire that took 3 lives, and about how investigators discovered that the tragedy was actually a carefully planned triple elimination designed to look like an accident. In February 2008, Bill Porter lived in a comfortable home in Bakersfield, California with his wife Donna and their 2 young children. Bill worked as a commodities trader, and the family appeared to live a normal middle-class life. But beneath the surface, Bill was drowning in debt and having an affair with a woman he worked with. On February 16, 2008, neighbors called 911 reporting that the Porter house was on fire. When firefighters arrived, they found the home engulfed in flames. They managed to get the fire under control and entered the house to search for anyone inside. What they found was devastating. Donna Porter, age 40, was found dead in the master bedroom. The couple's 2 children, 6-year-old Brandon and 3-year-old Bryn, were found dead in their bedrooms. All 3 had died from smoke inhalation. Bill Porter was not home at the time of the fire. He told investigators he had left early that morning to go to the gym and had come back to find his house on fire and his family gone. Initially, the fire appeared to be a tragic accident. Fire investigators determined that it had started in the garage, possibly from an electrical problem or some other accidental cause. The community rallied around Bill Porter, offering sympathy and support as he grieved the loss of his entire family. Bill played the role of devastated husband and father, appearing at memorials and accepting condolences. But fire investigators weren't completely satisfied with the accidental fire theory. Something about the burn patterns and the way the fire had spread seemed unusual. They continued analyzing the evidence and consulting with experts. As they dug deeper, they began to suspect that the fire had been intentionally set. Detectives also started looking into Bill Porter's background and discovered troubling information. Bill was having an affair with a coworker and had been for some time. He and Donna had been having serious marital problems. Most significantly, Bill was in severe financial trouble. He had lost huge amounts of money through bad investments and was facing potential bankruptcy. Investigators discovered that Bill had taken out large life insurance policies on Donna and the children shortly before the fire. If their deaths were ruled accidental, Bill stood to collect over $1 million in insurance money. The combination of the affair, the financial problems, and the insurance policies gave Bill a clear motive. As the investigation intensified, fire experts determined that accelerants had been used to start and spread the fire. The fire had not been an accident, but had been deliberately set in multiple locations throughout the house to ensure it would spread quickly. The person who set the fire had wanted to make sure the house burned fast, giving the victims no chance to escape. Even more disturbing, the autopsy results revealed something horrifying. Donna and the two children had not simply died from smoke inhalation as initially thought. They had been given fatal doses of sleeping medication before the fire started. Bill had drugged his wife and children to make sure they would be unconscious when the fire started, ensuring they wouldn't wake up and escape. Bill Porter was arrested in March 2008 and charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life and arson. The evidence against him was overwhelming. He had purchased the sleeping medication. He had taken out the insurance policies. He had set the fire using accelerants. And he had the motive, getting rid of his family to collect insurance money and be free to continue his affair. Bill's trial began in 2009. The prosecution presented the forensic evidence showing the fire had been deliberately set, the toxicology reports showing the victims had been drugged, and the financial evidence showing Bill's desperate need for money. They also presented testimony from Bill's mistress, who said Bill had talked about wanting to be free of his marriage. The defense tried to argue that Bill had been framed or that someone else might have set the fire. They suggested that perhaps Donna had been depressed and had taken her own life along with the children, though this theory made no sense given the evidence of arson and premeditation. The defense couldn't adequately explain the insurance policies, the accelerants, or the sleeping medication. In November 2009, Bill Porter was found guilty on all counts. The jury deliberated for just a few hours before reaching their verdict. Bill showed little emotion as the verdict was read, maintaining the cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. He was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison in California. During the sentencing phase, Donna's family gave emotional victim impact statements. They described Donna as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. Brandon had been a first grader who loved baseball. Bryn had been a joyful 3-year-old who was excited about everything. The family talked about the unimaginable pain of losing all 3 of them at once and the horror of learning they had been taken by Bill. The case highlighted how someone can hide murderous intentions behind a mask of normalcy. Bill Porter had seemed like a regular father and husband to neighbors and acquaintances. No one suspected that he was capable of drugging his own children and setting his house on fire with his family inside. The financial pressure in the affair had pushed him to commit the unthinkable. Bill Porter remains on death row in California, where he has been for over 15 years. California has not executed anyone since 2006, and Bill will likely spend the rest of his life in prison regardless of his death sentence. He has maintained his innocence in interviews, claiming he was wrongly convicted, but the evidence against him remains overwhelming. Donna, Brandon, and Bryn Porter should have had many more years together as a family. The children should have grown up, gone to school, made friends, and had all the experiences of childhood. Donna should have watched her children grow and should have had the chance to leave an unhappy marriage and build a new life. Instead, all three were taken by someone who saw them as obstacles to his desires rather than as human beings he was supposed to love and protect. The case serves as a reminder that financial desperation and selfish desires can drive people to commit horrific acts against their own families, and that sometimes the person you trust most is actually the greatest danger. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the sudden disappearance of a young woman in a quiet college town. A case that at first appeared to have almost no evidence, but eventually unfolded into a detailed investigation that exposed a carefully concealed murder. In the autumn of 1999, the town of State College, Pennsylvania, was alive with the usual rhythm of a university community. Students moved between classes, small restaurants filled with evening crowds, and the streets around the campus stayed busy well after dark. Among the many people living in the town was 24-year-old graduate student Laura Bennett. She had moved there 2 years earlier to continue her studies in environmental science and work part-time at a small outdoor equipment store to support herself. Friends described Laura as organized and independent. She kept a steady routine between her classes, research work, and part-time job. Most evenings she returned to the small apartment she rented a few blocks from campus, often spending hours reading or preparing assignments for the next day. On the evening of October 6th, Laura finished her shift at the outdoor store shortly after 8 o'clock. A coworker later remembered speaking with her near the door as they closed the shop. Laura mentioned she planned to stop by a nearby cafe before walking home. Security cameras at the cafe confirmed she arrived around 8:30. She ordered a cup of tea and sat near the window with a notebook for about 20 minutes. Nothing about her behavior appeared unusual. At 8:52 p.m., she stood up, threw away the empty cup, and walked out into the cool autumn night. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Laura failed to attend an important research meeting the following morning, her academic advisor initially assumed she had simply overslept. But by late afternoon, when repeated calls to her phone went unanswered, concern began to grow. A close friend went to her apartment to check on her. Inside, the apartment looked mostly normal, but several details immediately felt wrong. Laura's backpack and textbooks were sitting on the table exactly where she usually left them after returning home from work. Her keys and wallet were on the kitchen counter, yet her phone was missing. Police were contacted that evening and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by retracing Laura's final known movements. Surveillance footage from the cafe confirmed she had left alone. The short walk from the cafe to her apartment usually took less than 10 minutes. Investigators searched the route carefully, speaking with residents and business owners along the street. One shop owner remembered seeing Laura walking past his store that night, but nothing unusual stood out. For several days, the investigation produced few leads. Then a small detail began to attract attention. A neighbor who lived in the apartment building across the street from Laura's complex contacted police after hearing about the investigation. The neighbor explained that on the night Laura disappeared, he had seen a dark-colored sedan parked near the entrance to her building around 9 o'clock. He remembered the vehicle because it had been idling for several minutes before slowly driving away. Detectives began searching for surveillance footage from nearby streets that might have captured the vehicle. After reviewing hours of recordings, they found a traffic camera that showed a similar sedan passing through an intersection less than 2 blocks away at approximately 9:05 p.m. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The car belonged to a 36-year-old delivery driver named Thomas Keller. Keller worked for a regional supply company that transported office equipment between warehouses and businesses across several nearby towns. According to company records, he had made deliveries in the State College area several times during the previous month. Detectives contacted Keller and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Keller acknowledged he had been driving through the area the night Laura disappeared, but insisted he had not seen her. He claimed he was finishing a delivery route and heading back to the warehouse. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. GPS records from his delivery truck showed that he had stopped near Laura's apartment building for almost 20 minutes that evening. When detectives asked why he had remained there so long, Keller said he had simply pulled over to check directions on his phone. The explanation did not satisfy investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Keller's vehicle. Inside the trunk, forensic technicians discovered several strands of hair and small fibers that did not belong to him. Laboratory testing later revealed that the hair matched Laura's DNA. The evidence placed Keller in direct contact with a missing student. When confronted with the forensic results, Keller's story began to change. During a second interrogation, he admitted that he had seen Laura walking along the street that night. According to his statement, he stopped his car and attempted to speak with her. Investigators believe Keller had been watching pedestrians while driving through the area and chose Laura as a target when he saw her walking alone. The conversation quickly escalated into a violent confrontation. Evidence suggested Laura fought back during the struggle, which explained the hair and fibers found in the trunk of the vehicle. After hours of questioning, Keller eventually confessed that he had forced Laura into the car and driven her to a remote wooded area outside town. Detectives followed the directions he provided. Nearly 30 miles from State College, investigators discovered a shallow grave hidden among dense trees. The remains found at the site were later confirmed to be Laura Bennett. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Keller's movements on the night of the crime. Surveillance footage, GPS data from his delivery route, and forensic evidence from the vehicle all connected him directly to Laura's disappearance. Experts testified about the DNA evidence recovered from the trunk and explained how it linked Keller to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the encounter had been accidental and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Keller took afterward to conceal the crime and avoid detection. After several days of deliberation, the jury found him guilty of kidnapping and murder. Thomas Keller was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Laura Bennett's family, the conviction brought a measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends at the university later organized a small environmental scholarship in her name, honoring the work she had hoped to continue through her studies. The investigation into Laura's disappearance demonstrated how a case that initially seemed to have almost no evidence could eventually be solved through careful analysis of small details. A neighbor noticing a parked car, traffic camera footage, and forensic traces inside a vehicle gradually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed would remain hidden. In the end, it was patience, persistence, and the careful reconstruction of every moment that allowed investigators to uncover the full story and bring justice to a young life that had been taken far too soon. Next story. A stack of unopened birthday cards was the first thing detectives noticed. They had been placed neatly on the corner of a dining room table, still inside their envelopes, each one addressed to the same person. Some had arrived from relatives living in other states. Others came from old friends who had known Samuel Porter for decades. None of them had been opened. The cards had simply accumulated over several weeks, quietly collecting dust inside a house that otherwise looked as though someone had stepped outside for only a few minutes. Samuel was 68 years old and had retired after spending more than 35 years as a high school history teacher in central Missouri. Retirement suited him well. He volunteered at the local museum twice a week, met a small group of friends every Thursday morning for coffee, and spent countless hours restoring antique furniture in the detached workshop behind his home. People who knew him described him as patient, methodical, and endlessly curious. He was the type of person who could spend an afternoon explaining the story behind an old photograph or the craftsmanship of a century-old cabinet without ever becoming repetitive. His routines were so dependable that friends immediately noticed when they began to change. Samuel failed to appear for his weekly coffee gathering, something that had happened only a handful of times in nearly 15 years. At first, his friends assumed he had caught a cold or decided to stay home. After several more days passed without hearing from him, they became increasingly uneasy. Calls went unanswered, and messages were never returned. Eventually, one of them drove to Samuel's house to check on him personally. From the outside, everything appeared perfectly ordinary. His pickup truck was parked beneath the carport. The lawn showed signs of recent mowing. Flower pots near the front steps had been watered. Nothing suggested an emergency. Yet when nobody answered the door, concern grew serious enough that deputies were asked to conduct a welfare check. Inside, investigators found a home that seemed frozen in the middle of everyday life. A pair of reading glasses rested beside an unfinished crossword puzzle. A pot of coffee had long since gone cold. In the workshop, woodworking tools remained arranged exactly where Samuel usually left them after finishing a project. It looked less like someone had moved away than like someone had fully intended to return before the day was over. The missing person investigation began with the usual questions. Had Samuel mentioned taking a trip? Was he experiencing health problems? Had anyone noticed unusual visitors or unfamiliar vehicles near the property? Family members consistently gave the same answers. Samuel had made plans for the following week, scheduled appointments for the month ahead, and recently ordered supplies for another furniture restoration project. Nothing suggested he intended to disappear voluntarily. Detectives gradually shifted their attention towards Samuel's financial affairs, not because they suspected him of wrongdoing, but because financial records often reveal patterns that ordinary conversations do not. They learned that Samuel owned several acres of land inherited from his parents decades earlier. Although he rarely discussed it, the property had become increasingly valuable as commercial development slowly expanded toward the area. Over the previous year, several individuals had approached him with offers to purchase portions of the land. Samuel declined every one of them. Among those interested was a local real estate investor named Anthony Reed. Witnesses later described Reed as ambitious and persistent. He had built a business purchasing rural properties, often hoping their value would increase as nearby communities expanded. Public records confirmed that he had contacted Samuel multiple times regarding the land. Those conversations reportedly became increasingly tense after repeated refusals. When detectives interviewed Reed, he acknowledged discussing the property, but insisted he respected Samuel's decision not to sell. According to his account, they had not met for several weeks before the disappearance. At first, nothing directly contradicted that statement. Investigators thanked him for his cooperation and continued pursuing other leads. The search expanded across nearby counties. Volunteers walked fields and wooded trails. Officers examined abandoned buildings, ponds, and remote roads. Despite weeks of effort, the investigation produced little progress. As often happens in missing person cases, rumors began spreading through the community. Some believed Samuel had suffered a medical emergency while walking alone. Others suggested he might have left unexpectedly to visit distant relatives. None of those theories matched the available evidence. The investigation changed months later because of something completely unrelated. A survey crew working ahead of a planned utility project entered a heavily wooded section of land that had not been disturbed in years. While marking the route for underground cables, one worker noticed an area where the soil appeared unusually uneven. What initially seemed like an old dumping site prompted a closer inspection. Authorities were called, and excavators carefully removed layers of earth until they uncovered human remains. The remains were eventually identified as Samuel Porter. The discovery marked the beginning of a homicide investigation rather than the end of a missing person case. Forensic specialists spent weeks examining every piece of evidence recovered from the scene. Detectives revisited interviews conducted months earlier, comparing statements against newly established timelines. Phone records, vehicle movements, financial documents, and witness accounts were reviewed once again, this time through the lens of a confirmed homicide. As investigators reconstructed Samuel's final days, attention returned to Anthony Reed. Digital evidence placed his vehicle in the general area of Samuel's property on the evening Samuel was last known to be alive. Financial records also revealed increasing pressure on Reed's business. Several investment projects had failed, leaving him burdened with significant debt. Prosecutors would later argue that obtaining Samuel's land had become far more than a business opportunity. It had become a financial necessity in Reed's mind. During the trial, the prosecution did not rely on a single dramatic piece of evidence. Instead, they carefully assembled dozens of individual facts into a coherent sequence of events. Witnesses described the deteriorating relationship between the two men. Forensic experts explained how physical evidence connected locations and timelines. Digital analysts presented phone data and vehicle records showing movements inconsistent with Reed's original statements to investigators. By the time jurors began deliberating, they had heard weeks of testimony demonstrating how a disagreement over property gradually escalated into a violent crime. The jury ultimately found Anthony Reed guilty of murder. The conviction closed a case that had left an entire community wondering how a man so deeply rooted in his daily routines could simply disappear without explanation. Years later, friends rarely spoke first about the investigation or the courtroom. Instead, they remembered Samuel as the history teacher who never rushed through a story, the craftsman who believed old furniture deserved another chance, and the quiet man who always seemed happiest when sharing coffee with friends on a Thursday morning. The unopened birthday cards remained one of the details that stayed with investigators as well. They were simple reminders that life continues making plans even when a person is no longer there to receive them, and that sometimes the smallest, most ordinary objects become the most powerful reminders of a life unexpectedly interrupted. Next story. Nobody reported her missing for 3 days. Not because she didn't matter, but because her life didn't follow a schedule anyone could track. In late 2012, in a quiet residential area outside Tampa, Florida, 31-year-old Melissa Grant lived alone in a rented duplex at the end of a narrow street lined with nearly identical homes. She worked irregular hours at a local diner, sometimes day shifts, sometimes nights, and often disappeared from routine for a day or two without raising concern. Friends were used to it. Neighbors barely knew her. So when her car stayed parked outside longer than usual, no one reacted. When her lights didn't turn on at night, no one questioned it. And when her phone went straight to voicemail, it didn't immediately feel like something was wrong. What changed everything wasn't her absence. It was the smell. On the third day, a neighbor noticed something unusual while walking past her unit. At first it was faint, easy to ignore, but by the next morning it had become strong enough to report. Police were called for a welfare check. The front door was locked. No signs of forced entry. Inside, the house looked normal at a glance. Dishes in the sink, clothes folded on a chair, nothing overturned or obviously disturbed. But as officers moved further in, the source of the odor became clear. Melissa was found in the bedroom. The condition of the scene immediately told investigators this wasn't natural causes. There were signs of a struggle, but not the kind that destroys a room. It was contained, brief, and intense. What stood out more than anything was how controlled everything looked afterward. Nothing stolen, no obvious reason, just silence. The investigation started with the basics. Who had seen her last? Who had contact? Who had reason to be there? But Melissa's life didn't offer clean answers. Her social circle was scattered, her schedule inconsistent, and her interactions mostly informal. There was no single person who stood out immediately. So investigators shifted focus. Not on her, on the house. The landlord confirmed that only 2 keys existed. One was with Melissa. The other was stored in a lockbox for maintenance access. That box hadn't been opened recently, at least not officially. But locks don't always tell the full story. Neighbors were re-interviewed, this time more carefully. One of them mentioned something small that hadn't seemed important before. Late on the night Melissa was last seen, there had been a car parked briefly near her unit. Not unusual by itself, but it wasn't a vehicle anyone recognized from the neighborhood. That detail led nowhere at first, until traffic cameras picked up something similar leaving the area around the same time. It wasn't clear enough to identify the driver, but it was enough to track the vehicle type and partial plate. From there, it became a matter of narrowing possibilities. Days later, that vehicle was linked to a man named Jason Carver. Carver didn't live in the neighborhood. He had no official connection to Melissa, but phone records told a different story. The two had been in contact. Not frequently, not recently, but enough to establish that they knew each other. When brought in for questioning, Carver didn't deny knowing her. He described it as casual, something that hadn't continued. He claimed he hadn't seen her in weeks, but the timeline didn't agree. Cell tower data placed his phone near her house the night she was last seen. Not passing through, staying for nearly an hour. That changed the direction of the case completely. A search warrant was executed on his vehicle. Inside, investigators found signs of recent cleaning. Nothing visible to the eye, but detectable through testing. Traces of biological material that hadn't been fully removed. It matched Melissa. At that point, the case moved quickly. When confronted again, Carver's story shifted. He admitted to going to her house that night, but described the visit as voluntary, saying he had left without incident. Investigators already knew that wasn't true, because the evidence wasn't pointing to what he said. It was pointing to what he tried to erase. Under pressure, the version of events changed again. This time, he acknowledged an argument. Something personal, something unresolved from their past interaction. He described it as escalating unexpectedly. But again, what mattered wasn't just the moment. It was everything after, because after leaving the house, he didn't call anyone, didn't report anything. Instead, he tried to remove evidence, clean what he could, disappear from the timeline. That's what turned suspicion into certainty. The trial focused on reconstruction, not speculation, but sequence. Phone data, vehicle movement, forensic traces, and the condition of the scene all aligned in a way that left very little room for alternative explanations. Carver was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. For the neighborhood, the case changed something subtle but permanent. It wasn't the violence itself that stayed with people. It was how easily it had gone unnoticed at first. 3 days. 3 full days where nothing felt urgent. Because when a life doesn't follow a predictable pattern, its absence doesn't immediately stand out. And sometimes that delay is the only thing a crime needs to stay hidden just a little longer. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a father who reported his 2-year-old son missing from a campground, about a massive search effort that found no trace of the little boy, and about how investigators discovered that the grieving father's story didn't add up and that something terrible had happened long before the camping trip even began. In July 2015, 25-year-old Dorr Coons Jr. reported that his 2-year-old son, Dorr Coons III, had disappeared from a campground in Lemhi County, Idaho. The family had been camping near Timber Creek Campground, and Dorr Sr. told authorities that his son had vanished while he and the boy's mother were breaking down their campsite. He claimed the toddler had been playing near the creek one moment and was simply gone the next. Search and rescue teams immediately mobilized, with dozens of volunteers and professional searchers combing the remote wilderness area. The campground was surrounded by dense forest and a creek with cold mountain water. Searchers looked for any sign of the little boy, hoping he had simply wandered off and gotten lost. Search dogs, helicopters, and ground teams spent days searching every inch of the area. Despite the extensive search, no trace of little Dorr was ever found. No clothing, no footprints, no evidence that a toddler had walked away from the campsite into the wilderness. The complete absence of any clues was unusual and troubling. Even in cases where children wander off and tragically perish in the wilderness, searchers typically find some evidence of their path or remains. As the search continued with no results, investigators began questioning Deorr's parents more closely. Deorr Coons Sr. and the boy's mother, Jessica Mitchell, were interviewed multiple times. Their stories about what happened at the campground began to show inconsistencies. Details changed between tellings, and their timeline of events didn't quite match up with what others at the campground remembered. Police also spoke with Deorr Sr.'s grandfather, Robert Walton, and a friend named Isaac Rainwand, who had both been at the campground with the family. Their accounts of the camping trip raised more questions. They described seeing the little boy at the campground, but their memories of the timeline and events didn't align perfectly with what the parents were saying. Investigators brought in the FBI and conducted extensive interviews with both parents. During these interviews, both Deorr Sr. and Jessica failed multiple polygraph tests when asked about what happened to their son. The failed polygraphs didn't prove guilt, but they indicated deception about key facts related to the boy's disappearance. The sheriff leading the investigation eventually made a stunning public statement. He announced that Deorr Coons Sr. and Jessica Mitchell were suspects in their son's disappearance and presumed death. He stated that investigators believed little Deorr had died before the family ever arrived at the campground, and that the camping trip had been staged to cover up whatever had happened to the child. According to the investigation, evidence suggested that little Deorr may have died at the family's home in Idaho Falls, possibly from neglect or an accident that the parents tried to cover up. The theory was that the parents had brought the deceased child to the remote campground and disposed of his body somewhere in the vast wilderness, then reported him missing to make it appear he had gotten lost. Deorr Sr. and Jessica both denied any wrongdoing. They insisted that their son had truly disappeared from the campground and that they had no idea what happened to him. They maintained that they were grieving parents whose child had vanished, and that law enforcement was wrongly targeting them instead of finding their son. The case became increasingly complicated because without a body, investigators couldn't prove that a crime had even occurred. They couldn't determine how or when little Deorr had died. The wilderness where he allegedly disappeared was so vast that his remains could be anywhere, making it nearly impossible to find evidence that would either support or refute the parents' story. Private investigators hired by the family initially worked to help find Deorr, but some of them eventually concluded that the parents' story wasn't credible. One private investigator publicly stated that he believed the parents knew what happened to their son and weren't being truthful with authorities. The grandfather and family friend who had been at the campground were also investigated thoroughly, but both were eventually cleared of any wrongdoing. They had given consistent statements and had no apparent motive to harm the child or help cover up his death. The focus remained on Deorr Sr. and Jessica as the only suspects. Jessica Mitchell and Deorr Coons Sr.'s relationship eventually fell apart under the pressure of the investigation and public scrutiny. Both have given occasional interviews maintaining their innocence, but they have never provided a clear explanation for the inconsistencies in their stories or why they both failed polygraph examinations. In 2016, a wrongful death lawsuit was filed against the parents by Deorr Sr.'s parents, the boy's grandparents. The lawsuit alleged that the parents had caused the child's death through negligence or deliberate action. The lawsuit sought damages and aimed to hold the parents accountable in civil court since criminal charges had not been filed. Years have passed since little Deorr disappeared, and no criminal charges have ever been filed against anyone. The case remains open, but without a body or concrete evidence of what happened, prosecutors have not been able to build a case strong enough to take to trial. The lack of physical evidence has made this case exceptionally difficult to prosecute. Little Deorr Coons would be 11 years old today if he were still alive. He was just 2 years old when he vanished, a toddler who should have had his entire life ahead of him. He should be in elementary school, playing with friends, and growing up. Instead, He disappeared under mysterious circumstances that have never been fully explained. The case of Deor Coons remains one of Idaho's most troubling unsolved mysteries. A little boy is gone, and despite extensive investigation, no one knows for certain what happened to him. His parents maintain their innocence, but investigators remain convinced they hold the answers to what really occurred. The truth about little Deor's fate may be buried somewhere in the Idaho wilderness, or it may be a secret that someone is keeping. Either way, a toddler's life was lost, and justice for him remains elusive years later. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in shadows, about a community paralyzed by fear, and about how one person's reign of terror can change an entire region forever. In the rural towns of Texarkana, straddling the border between Texas and Arkansas, the spring of 1946 should have been a time of celebration. World War II had ended, soldiers were returning home, and America was entering a new era of prosperity. But a series of attacks was about to transform this peaceful community into a place of fear, where people were afraid to leave their homes after dark. This is the story of the Phantom Killer, an unidentified person who terrorized Texarkana for 10 weeks in 1946. Between February and May, this individual attacked 8 people, taking the lives of 5 in a series of incidents that targeted young couples parked on lovers' lanes. The attacks were brutal and seemingly random, creating panic throughout the region. Despite one of the largest investigations in Texas history, the Phantom Killer was never caught, and the case remains unsolved nearly 80 years later. The attacks began on February 22, 1946, when a young couple, Jimmy Hollis and Mary Jean Larry, were parked on a secluded road outside Texarkana. A man approached their car, shining a flashlight and carrying a weapon. He ordered them out of the vehicle and attacked them both. Jimmy was struck repeatedly, and Mary Jean was harmed before the attacker fled. Both survived, though they were traumatized by the experience. Police investigated but found few clues. The victims could provide only a vague description of their attacker, who had used the darkness and his flashlight to keep his face hidden. The incident seemed like an isolated attack, terrible but not necessarily part of a pattern. 3 weeks later, on March 24th, another couple was attacked. Richard Griffin and Polly and Moore were found deceased in Richard's car on a secluded road. Both had been shot, and the scene suggested the attacker had surprised them while they were parked. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially did not connect it to the earlier attack on Hollis and Larry. On April 14th, another couple was attacked on a lover's lane. Paul Martin and Betty Jo Booker were found deceased, their bodies showing they had been shot. Paul's body was found near his car, while Betty Jo's was discovered some distance away, suggesting she had tried to escape. The pattern was now undeniable. Someone was targeting young couples in parked cars. The community descended into panic. Parents forbade teenagers from going out at night. Businesses closed early. People installed extra locks and kept weapons near their beds. The Texas Rangers, FBI, and local law enforcement agencies launched a massive investigation, but the killer remained elusive. On May 3rd, the pattern changed. The attacker struck at a home rather than targeting a couple in a car. Virgil Starks was in his living room when he was shot through a window. His wife Katie survived despite being shot twice and managed to call for help. This home invasion suggested the killer was escalating or changing tactics, creating even more fear. After the Starks attack, the incidents stopped as suddenly as they had begun. No more attacks occurred, and the Phantom Killer seemed to vanish. Investigators pursued thousands of leads and interviewed countless suspects, but no arrests were made. The case gradually went cold, though it was never officially closed. The Phantom attacks had several unusual characteristics that made them difficult to solve. The attacker seemed to have knowledge of the area and knew which locations were isolated and frequented by couples. The attacks were spread out over 10 weeks, suggesting planning rather than impulsive violence. The shift from targeting couples in cars to attacking a home showed adaptability. Over the decades, numerous theories have been proposed about the phantom's identity. One prominent suspect was Yowell Swinney, a car thief who was in the area during the attacks. His wife claimed he had confessed to her, but her testimony was deemed unreliable and insufficient for prosecution. Swinney was never charged with the phantom attacks, though he spent time in prison for other crimes. He passed away in 1994, taking any secrets he might have had with him. Other theories suggested the killer might have been a transient passing through the area, which would explain why the attacks stopped suddenly. Some speculated he might have been someone who left for military service or moved away. Others wondered if he might have been incarcerated for unrelated crimes or passed away, ending his opportunity to attack. The case inspired the 1976 film The Town That Dreaded Sundown, which dramatized the attacks and brought renewed attention to the unsolved case. The movie blended facts with fiction, creating a legend that sometimes overshadowed the real tragedy of the victims and their families. The 5 people who lost their lives were young people with their futures ahead of them. Richard Griffin was a soldier who had recently returned from World War II. Polly Ann Moore was his girlfriend. Paul Martin was planning to attend college. Betty Jo Booker was a talented musician. Virgil Starks was a farmer living peacefully with his wife. They were ordinary people whose lives were cut short by violence that seemed to come from nowhere. The survivors, Jimmy Hollis, Mary Jean Larry, and Katie Starks, lived with trauma from their encounters with the Phantom. They had looked into the face of this mysterious attacker and survived, but they carried the psychological scars for the rest of their lives. The Texarkana Phantom case remains one of America's most famous unsolved series of attacks. It represents a time when forensic science was limited, when regional law enforcement agencies struggled to coordinate, and when a determined individual could terrorize an entire community and then disappear without trace. The case also reveals how fear can grip a community when violence seems random and the perpetrator remains unknown. Texarkana in 1946 became a place where neighbors suspected each other, where normal activities like dating became dangerous, and where the inability to solve the crimes created lasting unease. Nearly 80 years later, the identity of the Phantom Killer remains unknown. The case files are still open, though most of the original investigators have passed away. Advances in forensic technology offer little help when physical evidence from the 1940s was limited and has degraded or been lost over time. The Phantom Killer took 5 lives, destroyed the peace of an entire community, and created a mystery that has never been solved. Whoever this person was, they committed terrible crimes and then disappeared, leaving behind only questions, grief, and the knowledge that sometimes evil can strike without warning, without explanation, and without ever facing justice. Next story. In March of 2007, long before investigators understood they were dealing with one of the most disturbing family murder cases in modern British history, emergency workers were called to an ordinary house in the quiet town of Market Deeping, Lincolnshire, England. The call came after concerns spread through the neighborhood over smoke coming from inside the home. At first, it looked like a tragic domestic fire, the kind that occasionally appears in local news before disappearing from public attention within days. But once firefighters entered the building, the situation changed immediately. Inside the upstairs bedrooms, they discovered the bodies of 2 young boys, 6-year-old Ben and 2-year-old Max nearby, was their mother, Claire Wilson, severely injured but still alive. The father, Mark Wilson, was not in the house when emergency services arrived. What initially appeared to be a fire accident quickly transformed into a homicide investigation because the injuries found on the children could not be explained by smoke or flames alone. Detectives soon learned that the fire had not been the cause of death. The boys had been killed before the blaze began. Investigators secured the home and began reconstructing the final hours inside the house. Fire scenes are often difficult to process because heat, smoke, and water damage can destroy evidence. But in this case, enough remained intact to reveal something important very early. The fire itself appeared deliberate, set after the violence had already occurred. Attention turned toward Mark Wilson almost immediately. He later claimed that he had left the house after an argument and returned to find the scene unfolding. But detectives noticed inconsistencies in his timeline and behavior. Witnesses described escalating tension inside the marriage in the months before the murders. Financial problems had also begun affecting the family. Friends later told investigators that beneath the appearance of normal suburban life, the relationship had become increasingly unstable. Forensic examination of the home revealed evidence of movement and staging inconsistent with Mark's account. Investigators believed the fire had been started to delay discovery and complicate the investigation. But instead of destroying the truth, it highlighted planning. Digital evidence became crucial. Police examined computers, phone records, and searches connected to the household. They discovered signs that Mark Wilson had been researching methods related to fire and household incidents before the murders occurred. Combined with inconsistencies in his statements, investigators began building a case suggesting premeditation rather than emotional collapse. The prosecution later argued that Mark Wilson killed his children and attempted to murder his wife before setting the fire to conceal the crime and create the appearance of tragedy rather than homicide. The motive, according to prosecutors, involved a combination of marital breakdown, financial pressure, and personal resentment that had been growing privately over time. Claire Wilson survived long enough to provide investigators with critical information about the attack inside the home. Her account contradicted the narrative Mark attempted to establish and helped prosecutors reconstruct the sequence of events more clearly. At trial, the defense challenged aspects of the timeline and argued that emotional instability had affected Mark's actions. But the physical evidence inside the house strongly supported the prosecution's reconstruction. The fire had not been accidental. The violence had begun before it. Jurors heard testimony about the deliberate setting of the blaze, the injuries suffered by the victims, and the attempts to create confusion afterward. They also saw how carefully investigators had separated fire damage from evidence related directly to the killings, allowing the original crime to emerge despite the destruction. Mark Wilson was convicted of murder and attempted murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. What made the case especially haunting was how ordinary the setting appeared from the outside. The house stood in a calm residential area where neighbors later described hearing nothing unusual before emergency vehicles arrived. The contrast between the peaceful appearance of the neighborhood and the brutality inside the home became one of the defining aspects of the investigation. The attempt to disguise murder as accidental tragedy failed because investigators recognized early that the fire was not the beginning of the story. It was the final act in an effort to erase what had already happened. Cases like this remain difficult to forget because they reveal how quickly the image of domestic safety can collapse under closer examination. There were no strangers forcing entry, no random attack from outside. The danger came from within the household itself, hidden behind routine family life, until a single night exposed it completely. By the time the trial ended, the smoke and fire that first drew attention to the house had become secondary details. The real focus was what happened before the flames ever started, inside rooms where trust had existed until violence replaced it forever. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, the quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marion Lenahan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Mary was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Mary Ann failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Mary Ann had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Mary Ann prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Mary Ann's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Mary Ann. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, he had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Mary Ann shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Mary Ann vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Mary Ann had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Mary Ann had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. The strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Mary Ann had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Mary Ann's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Mary, and had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Mary Ann's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Mary indirectly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Mary Ann's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth.